Hello, hello. Welcome to another stream where we are going to work on Kast programming language. Big Orly. Hi. And Penguin Operator. Hello, hello. Alright, the question is, what should we do today? What should we do today? So I was thinking that maybe we should play games. What games? What kind of games? I was going to work on Kast. Cave Rim 2. I already seen it being played though. Hello, Nigel. Alright, I fixed my CI and I fixed my Nix off stream, by the way. So we can actually Nix run and all of that stuff. Late stream? Is it late? I thought it's like the same time as yesterday, no? I've been streaming in the late hours recently. But maybe it is going to change because I'm going to go back to work soon. And by soon I mean tomorrow. We'll see if I keep streaming like this or not. Okay, so yeah, I fixed my Nix, I fixed my stuff. I was thinking that we maybe actually can include the documentation how to try the language. What's the result of yesterday's stream? What I was trying to do yesterday. I mean, the result is success, I guess. Although some of the things I finished off stream, yeah, the nixing basically. And the entire standard library is now like having JavaScript backend implemented. Everything is implemented in JavaScript, so like the TCP test with the server and client also works. So yeah. Performance wise though, I decided not to like do anything yet. Maybe performance is going to be good enough still, even although it's like pretty slow. We will think about the performance once we actually hit the issue, right? Nigel is pro. All right, so yeah, I was thinking maybe update the website a little bit and give the build instructions, give the like download link or like install link or something, so you can install with Nix. But we can also actually build the builds. So maybe let's start with that. We can do the releases and stuff. Is Linkcider out yet? No. Is Closed Light out yet? You're working on it? Good. Good. So I think I'm going to start by making making git setting up GitHub releases. Why not? Well, I'm already building it. I just need to package it basically. Here's how I'm packaging this in the Nix though. So there's two things to package, right? First is the like the binary itself, and then the standard library. So the way I'm doing the standard library is like this, but this is probably not how it should be done. How is the standard library usually packaged? In something like we can have so we have like bin Kast in our like package, and we could also have the standard library also in the out somewhere. So this is the folder which is the package itself basically. This makes the standard library live outside of the Nix package, and I'm just setting the environment variable which is pointing to like the other Nix stuff. Kast is getting released before Linksider. No, it's going to be a pre-release, okay? Like a demo, just like for the Linksider, okay? Just leave it as an exercise to the user. Kast on Steam. Well, GitHub is the Steam of programming, I guess. Like, how does Python, for example, do this? Which Python? Which Python? So we have this, right? So this is the package Python, like this. So this has bin, which has the binaries, right? And then it has it's not include, right? Include is for specifically if like your include is the thing for the C specifically, right? If I was providing the C bindings, then we would put it into the include. Then there's lib. Like, where's the site packages? Share, GDB, man. People are leaving GitHub. GitHub is the Steam of programming. True, they still 30%. Yeah. I don't think that a lot of people are leaving GitHub. There are some though, yeah, for sure. Because of like, there are some people who are really like anti-AI, I guess. And those are the people who are leaving GitHub, I guess. Is there anyone who is not anti-AI who is leaving GitHub? I'm not pro-AI, but I'm not anti-AI either. I don't know. I'm anti-AI and still on GitHub. KW. Where do you go? It's not GitHub. Yeah, and where do you go? Like, you self-host your own your own thing, so that nobody knows that you exist, basically, right? Or like, I mean, there are some other platforms, but which Zig went to Codeberg. Yeah, but like, it basically means that there's going to be a lot less people who are going to discover Zig's code base. But is that like, maybe that's a good thing? Like, they're like to have less eyes on your project sometimes, right? Like, for example, Jai and John Blow is not releasing the source code to the public specifically because he doesn't want his projects to like a lot of like his fanboys are going to be opening like a bunch of issues, do this and do that, right? So I guess that's the reason he's not like publishing it yet. I kind of want to self-host a mirror, at least to my stuff. I actually had a self-hosted mirror for all of my stuff, but then I switched to NixOS, and then I never like moved my data and reset up my mirrors. I had like the Giti. It was not locally though. I did not do cloud stuff. That should be released on Patreon. No, we're going to do the GitHub release. Okay, I just need to understand where is the Python like standard library, right? Where does the Python standard library packaged inside of the Python package? Is it lib Python 3.13? Is this the one? This is a bunch of py files. Is that the standard library though? I guess. And side packages are also here. So I guess what we do is we just have the lib, right? Is there like, is this actually the convention? Packaging conventions. No. What are packaging conventions like? Bin should contain bin binaries. System binaries, lib libraries, internal reusable code, language runtimes. libexec include, this is specifically for the CC++. Architecture independent data, documentation, man pages. What about the standard library? Should like, so Python did not put it in share. Oh, if it's not code and not executable, so standard library is still like code. So when I make programming language, where do I put a standard library? USR lib lang, right? Into the lib, into the lib, or sometimes into the share. Source only portable, then share. Compiled, architecture dependent, then lib. And most languages put the lib source in the lib anyway. It's fine. All right. I mean, yeah. Okay, so here's the idea. Instead of having this done through this environment variable, we are going to instead say copy std into out lib std, right? Like this. Yeah. So the way the standard library is being searched right now I have the effect called find std. We have embedded std, so we can have it inside of the binary itself, but we don't want it to always be inside of the binary, because for the LSP to go to the definition, it must be an existing file in the file system, so we don't want that. So this is the embedded standard library. And this is the actual standard library. So by default, we just try to see if there is the environment variable set, which is called Kast std. Then we just go there. And if not, then we get the current working directory and standard library. But what I want to have the environment variable, which is specified at compile time, I think. Or wait, hold on. The way I want, like, if someone downloads like a tarball which contains the binary and the standard library, it should not be the absolute path. It should be path which is relative to the binary, right? Yeah. Yeah. But the path that is relative to the binary also, we should be able to set it using the environment variable, but not at runtime, at compile time. So let's see, we probably can do ppx, some ppx, env ppx to get compile time env vars, or camel. This one, ppx get env, right? Sample extension, do the camel new extension points API. ppx get, no, it's not over here. Search ppx. Wait, where's all the ppx's? Oh, that's Razor. That's Razor. Oh, it's ppx underscore get env. Yeah, there we go. I guess this one. ppx get env. Our HDA analysis has failed. It did fail. What does this even mean? This is a Red Hat dependency analysis. Done generating component analysis. Cannot reach properties of undefined, read in split. I'm not sure what it's trying to do. Do I even need that extension? I don't know why it's installed. I'll keep it. We never uninstall extensions, we only install the new ones. Okay, So I should be able to have ppx get env. So this thing I need to pre-process. With ppx get env, I guess. And then we need to figure out how do we use it. Get env issue tracker. Where's the documentation? Where's the link to the documentation? Not found. Beautiful. Uses Linux while having the personality of the Windows user? What do you mean the personality of the Windows user? What is a Windows user personality? Not activating their operating system? Do you think there's more people who are using not activated Windows compared to people who use activated Windows? Because like Windows just comes activated when you buy your PC usually or laptop. Unless you download it yourself and install on or like you buy the laptop with no operating system or with Linux installed there. So the Windows license is included in the cost of the machine that you get usually. Bum 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 bum. So there is no like documentation, but there is this. There's this get env. There you go. Wait, but I want get env opt because the environment might not be available. Register transformation. ppx get env. Get env sim. I want to create an option. Because there's no documentation because this is a reference. Okay, I mean we can read we can write our own ppx for sure, but I would guess like I want like the analogy of the Rust's env macro, right? Which is what this is. But I wanted to return an option if the environment variable does not exist at compile time. Oh wait, hold on. Get env. It returns an empty variable, not an option. Okay. It's not panicking. It says if not found, then it's empty, which is different from a variable which is not set, by the way. But okay, I can work with that. That's fine. That is fine. I still want to have the override of the standard library through the environment variable, so we're going to keep that here. But if this is not done, then we're going to say let std var is get. Wait, there's get env opt. No, this is just that, right? Uninterpreted extension get env. Hold on. It is ppx get env. No. Oh, it's double %. Double %. No, it's not double %. It's get env, yes. This is uninterpreted lib. Preprocess using the get env. Okay, what's the issue? Wait, it's building. It's the OCaml stupid language server that needs to be restarted every time. Okay. Okay, so there you go. Now we have this. So I want Kast standard library, which is set during compilation time. So, but during compilation time, this is going to be like the relative path to from the binary to the executable, I guess, is what I want. Unless we just replace. Is there a replace? String replace. There is no replacing in strings in standard library, right? You cannot even find a substring. So that we could have something like, I don't know, like this, you know, binary dot dot lib std, because my binary would live in the bin folder basically, but then we need to go up and over there. Let's just always assume that it's relative. And we can just set the environment variable to be absolute value if we need, actually. Easily. Right? Yeah. stdlib path. stdlib path. Should this even be? This should be the URI. stdlib URI is what I want. There you go. There we go. That's what we want. So this path is relative to the current working directory, so we just keep it as this. Path relative to binary is what we want during compilation. So we're going to match this. If it's empty, then we do one thing. And if it is path relative to bin, then we do something else. Well, I mean, yeah. If it's empty, then we're going to just get current working directory and add the standard library, which is basically just the std. That is all. And in this case, I need to find the thing. So argv array get 0 is the a binary path, right? And then we need to say file name, directory name of the bin path. And then we need to resolve the URI. This is as a string, but we need to do URI resolve. Path URI resolve. Yuri. Wait, hold on. Cells resolve. Wait, can I just resolve relative to the file bin path? We resolve path relative to this. And then we say that path is Yuri of string path first. So maybe we can actually like do any Yuri there. Yeah, because why not? And over here too, of string. Let's try if I just do this. This is still working. How about we say over here print std Yuri print stdlib Yuri. So yeah, this is it. If I say, on the other hand, cast std is std. Oh, wait, hold on. This says unsupported Yuri scheme. No. Unsupported Yuri scheme none. std Yuri is std. Isn't this like just relative file? I guess it's because it's not necessarily a file. Yeah. Of string does not work. I need to default to the file thing. Where am I? stdlib Yuri. I mean, I can just say the file here, but if I could specify something that is not file, that would be nice. But anyway, yeah, this works. Because, oh, yeah, because Yuri file is resolving it relative to the current working directory. Yeah. But if we say that cast std is slash cast std, right? Then there is no such file or directory. So we can do the absolute file there too, and that's going to work. Okay, and then the next thing that I want to see is Dune. Is if I do Dune build and I set cast std here to be cast std, right? Build cast. There's no Kast standard library right now. So it does this. So this environment variable was not read. Right? Can I do Dune clean? And then do Kast std Dune build? I have a feeling that they don't rebuild it if the environment variable changed. Yes, they actually don't rebuild. Can I fix OCaml ppx get env so that it performs a rebuild if env changed? ppx doesn't rebuild because build systems are file dependency machineries. Environment variables are invisible. If envars trigger rebuilds automatically, builds would be non-deterministic. What? That's what Rust is doing. I mean, we need to specifically see that that variable was changed. We could put this into a file though. I guess I could put it into a file, but that's different. It doesn't really matter though. I'm just going to set it up once, and then it's I'm just going to set the environment variable on the CI. That's all that I want to do. But yeah, in Rust you do this. Rerun if env changed. But Dune cannot do this. Are you sure there is no alternative for this in Dune? Wait, they say deps and var. Ooh. Don't I just put into my deps the env var foo? This is why makefile. I mean, Dune is like a makefile. I think Dune is okay. I don't know. Do you not like Dune? I mean, I'm not like understanding it very deeply yet, but it can be used as a general purpose building tool, just like a makefile. Like I'm building my TypeScript with it too. It just has some default semantics for the OCaml files. Deps env Kast std. Does this work? Unknown field depths. There is some way to describe the dependency here, though. I just really like how nice makefile is. You could easily have it rebuild if the envar changed in a makefile. I have a feeling that this is there. I think ChatGPT maybe is lying to me. I like I like Dune. I think I like Dune. It is basically a makefile with different syntax. If I remember correctly, makefile doesn't work if you use spaces instead of tabs. Is that right? That alone is already enough for me to skip it, I think. Dune. docs. Depths. Wait, is this the Dune? Dune is a web-based platform. Blockchain data. No. Dune build. Documentation. Is there a search here? Can I put that directly in library? Tabs better than spaces. Where envar is legal only in the rule. Why is there no search button here? Am I not seeing it? Search. Oh, I found it. Envar. Dependency specification. Dependencies in Dune can be specified using one of the following. File, this, right? So we can actually depend on the envar. Depends on the value of the environment variable. If this variable becomes set, becomes unset on changes value, the target will be rebuilt. There you go. It's just like, where can I put the dependency? Dependency specification. Dependencies in Dune can be specified this, right? We can depend on it. Well, but this is just in the rule, right? Because this is the general. So the general rule, that's like one-to-one the make file, right? And then the existing things like library, these are just like extra things which are also like, I guess you can think of them as a macros, which generate the rule for you. A bunch of different rules. You prefer S expressions to basically bash syntax? I prefer structure. Bash, the structuring stuff in bash is difficult. We need to describe a data structure here, right? And in a make file, it only has basically the top level fields, which are your rules, right? I think. I'm not a make file expert, but this is more like JSON, right? And make file is more like JSON with only top level fields. It's not because it's an S expression. If your manifest needs to be a JSON, it means some complicated program needs to read it. Is JSON complicated? Well, I mean, I guess that's why they do the S expression here, because Lisps are easy to parse, right? Hello, Civ Films. How's Kast coming along? I'm going to set up the GitHub release so that if somebody wants to try it, even although I would suggest not to check it out, they would be able to download it and run it. That's the idea that I want to do right now. You can code a makefile runner in 5 minutes. Okay. Sure. You can code this also in 5 minutes. Wait, can you do a glob? in Makefile? I mean, you probably can, right? So you have a dependency which is a bunch of files in a folder, like everything in a folder or something. All of the C files. Or do you have to manually specify all of them? Maybe actually not, because like if I remember correctly, that's like when I was using C++, the globs were written in CMake, but not in Make, maybe. And it's obvious what Make is going to do with your Makefile here. It's a black box you're giving the manifest to. You just need to understand the tool. If you understand the Makefile and don't understand Dune, then you are going to understand what Makefile does, and you're not going to understand what Dune does. Since I am not working with Makefiles, I will like from my memory, Makefiles were very difficult to like use. Like why is not a lot of people use it for building their actually like C++ projects? Why are people using CMake and like all of the other things? Why is not everyone using Make then? For why do we need why do we need cargo? Why don't we use Makefile there instead? Because it will not manage dependencies. So it is not enough, right? Okay, so rule is this documentation doesn't say where the rule can belong, but what can be inside of this. Dependency specification. Like, why does it not say in this documentation where it can go? What am I looking for? For actions? A rule? No, action is also something that is inside of a rule. Hello, buffer. No other package manager will let you code your own incremental build logic. Makefile is only for incremental compilation. Well, I mean, Dune is literally doing the same thing. But I mean, Dune is also... I mean, Dune is also kind of is a package manager, right? Because I'm specifying my OCaml dependencies in also the Dune project file, right? These are my dependencies. Also Nix is the package manager, which lets you write your own incremental build logic for sure. Yes, Nix is the way. Dune files because of stanzas, components, project structure. Rule. You can even specify the dependencies here too. Like, I can depend. Like, how do I specify a dependency on another thing? There's a way. There is a way. because I used it already. Maybe I just need to look into where I used it already, because the preprocessor needs a file or something, right? So we have in the right, like in the transpiler to JavaScript, we have this. So we are generating runtime.js using TypeScript. And then we have, so we can do preprocessor deps. Okay, we can do preprocessor deps. And over here, I guess I can do the end file. That is actually clean, I guess, because that is what I want. The preprocessor dep here should be the end var. Should be end var cast std. That's literally what I want. Okay. Okay, and then if I just rebuild by saying an empty one here, then it's actually rebuilding. Okay, yeah, there we go. It took me like too long to find this, but there you go. I guess you cannot specify the dependencies on like the normal file for the already generated OCaml, because for the generated OCaml, like, it is known what it depends on, I guess. Or I guess the libraries are my dependencies. Okay, so now that we do this, we just go to yeah, and also this is relative to the binary, right? So if I say cast std is like dot foo, right? Then if I do this, then it should be cast lang foo. Isn't this my binary though? Let's debug this a little bit. Oh, wait. Because urifile turns it into the absolute file. I don't need that, actually. Yeah, I don't actually need that. I guess in this case, I do of string. That makes sense. Because it turned it into an absolute file is the issue. Yeah, there we go. So now we're running this. So it's not in the bin folder, it's in the foo folder. And so we're going to have this be set to libstd, I guess, right? So wherever your cast binary is, it's going to be not in the bin folder, but in the lib folder. Right, like this. Yuri mentioned. Okay, I guess that's all that I needed to do. So, yeah, and also this means that in my Nix package, we're going to copy the standard library to the out libstd when we have out bin cast. So we are going to do that in the build phase. We are going to have the environment cast std to be equal to dot dot lib std, right? During the build. And then if I try, say, nix build dot, I'm doing good. Good. So here is my package, basically, right? It's going to look like this. We have bin, cast, and we have lib. Wait, I have lib ocaml. Why is there ocaml though? Hold on. Ocaml site lib. Cast. I think I need to get rid of my ocaml here. I'm working on the McFly coding language. Why is it called McFly? McFly is the Marty from the Back to the Future. So it's a language of the future. But anyway, yeah, we have this std packaged here. But we also have libocaml, and inside of the share, what is this? Share man 5, man 6. Why did it generate this thing? I don't know. That's the build Dune package doing for me. Standard library on camel 584 site lib cast Dune package meta opam top level. This can be removed. I think I can just remove it. Out. Lib ocaml. When will you have a cast man page? Not very soon, I don't think so. I just want to leave in my package the result bin and std. Maybe I'll remove the man. I mean, it's empty though, and it's only nix, so I don't really care, I guess. Okay, but if I try to nix run, just to make sure that it still works. Yeah, so we are in the REPL, and this is the standard library over here. That's the different one that we use when developing locally. Alright, nice, good. And then let's just get rid of the printing. Okay, so this is... yeah, and this means also that I don't need to wrap program anymore, so make wrapper is not in my dependency that's needed anymore. What does Kast specialize in? Hello, off market. It's specializing in being a good programming language. I guess. I don't know. There is no specialization. It's a general purpose programming language. None of the languages specialize in anything, I would say. the users that use those languages, maybe the majority of people use it for something specific. Those languages that are actually being used, right? But Kast is the language that I'm making. It's not being used yet by anyone, so we cannot say what it specializes in, because we don't know what people use it for, because no one is using the language. JavaScript specializes in bullshit? I don't know. JavaScript. I mean, JavaScript also is not specializing in anything, but JavaScript is being used a lot on the web because it's basically like one of the only choices that you have if you want to have a web application. But it's mostly used for the web, but it can be used for anything, right? And it actually is used for the backends a lot too, right? And it is used to power, I don't know, the GitHub Actions, the CI, and that's not the web at all. There's it's just a general purpose programming language. It's mostly being used for one thing, but like, does it mean that it specializes in it? I don't know. Maybe. So I guess the answer then is that we don't specialize in anything yet. We're going to find the niche which the language is going to fill when the project is like mature enough, if it ever happens. Okay, so now we do GitHub. So here's my testing. Let's just rename this. Just CI, whatever. So I'm building on this. Dune cache root context might be invalid. Dune cache root. No. Are there any other languages that have rows sometimes similar to Kast? Find them quite helpful. OCaml? Is one example. There is probably more. No? What do you mean no? In OCaml, you want to use the OCaml polymorphic. It's called them polymorphic variants. You have the type which is either on or off, and this is basically the row type. And the existing variant types is like the named ones that I have. So like I have the distinction of a named variant type and unnamed one, and anonymous one, and so they call it polymorphic variant types or normal variant types in OCaml, but it's the same. Does TypeScript not have that? Yeah, I guess TypeScript also. TypeScript does not have any tags, but you can implement, like, you can have the same behavior basically, right? Like, it's not done with row polymorphism, but it does it matter how it's implemented if the semantics are basically the same? What am I trying to do here? So I'm deploying to GitHub pages. The what am I deploying? The dist. Oh, I'm building the Kast JavaScript. Yeah, that's for the playground. That makes sense. So I want to do the release. Build. I guess we also release if we are on the main branch in the cast lang. Let's see. GitHub release action. This one. I don't want to do it on a tag. I just want to have a single rolling release. I think they are called pre-releases on GitHub, right? So it's not actually going to create a new release on every commit. Discuss procedural, functional, object-oriented, or imperative. Yes, it is. It is. Object orientation is not there yet, but we might add it at some point. What's the difference between procedural and imperative, by the way? Like, we were having this discussion yesterday. What is a functional programming language? There's like OCaml can be imperative, Haskell can be imperative. So the language can be imperative. It can be the opposite of imperative, would probably be declarative, not functional. But the language can be both imperative and declarative, because you can write some code in declarative way and some code in imperative way. Why do you need to choose? Why do you need to choose between a functional programming and the procedural programming? And what's the difference between procedural and functional? Functional is the one that has functions, and procedural is the one that has procedures. But what is a procedure? It's just like a function that returns nothing? Or what? I don't understand. I'm lost. I'm completely lost at this point in the categories of programming languages. Declarative is like SQL. I don't know. Is SQL declarative? Maybe. But I mean, what's the difference between SQL and Haskell, for example? Why is one more declarative than the other? SQL could be querytive. Like, you can write imperative code in SQL for sure. Because I've seen it. I know that it's possible. Haskell is a functional language. If you say so. Okay, like maybe I should just let other people decide what is the category of my programming language. I will just say that it's a programming language, you know? That's all that I know. What does a functional programming language mean? Is like if Haskell is a functional language, how do you like isn't there like an article somewhere that Haskell is the best imperative programming language or something? We need a poll. Never wrote Kast, by the way. Okay, yeah, hold on. Why is this red? Property is missing, runs on. Sure, runs on this. When I think of object-oriented programming, I think of a very specific line in Clojure source code. This. If our instance of line numbering pushback reader. Haskell has a class keyword, so it's object-oriented. Yeah. We never get anywhere with trying to figure out if Kast is functional language or imperative language. I just give it the files. That's all that I do. But files is going to be like oh, we create the actual files in the releases, right? It's I cannot upload a folder, right? So we need to say like Kast Linux tar.gz. We need to create a tar archive like this, right? Imperative is when your language has variables. It's object-oriented if it has some level of subtyping, but you can do subtyping with type classes in Haskell. There are pure functional programming languages do not use loops and have immutable variables. Is that the definition of a pure functional programming language? If they have immutable variables, but can they have mutable variables too? Because Haskell definitely has mutable variables. In the form of the IO refs or ST refs. Or I guess it's not the variable then, right? Is that what you mean? If it's done with something that is something, I don't know. If SQL is not procedural, why it has stored procedures? True. Kast Linux, sure, let's do that. Okay, can we also say pre-release? Pre-release, boolean. Pre-release, true. What else can we write here? Draft. Let me ask ChatGPT here. Can I have like a rolling GitHub release where I just update files on every commit to main? Pure functional programming languages treat all computations as the evaluation of mathematical functions, emphasizing elimination of side effects and mutable data to ensure programs are predictable, testable, and easier to reason about. So which means that OCaml is not a functional language. It's not a pure functional language for sure. Yeah, there is not there's not a lot of pure functional languages then. And the only one that is actually used is Haskell. But yeah, the why do we even need to have categories of functional of programming languages? We just we can just list the features of a language. That's all. We can call it a multi-paradigm programming language. Kast is not a Lisp, no. Is it though? What is a Lisp even? What even is a Lisp? Lisp. Does it have to be as expressions or a parenthesized list? Like when we looked at like closure the other day, the closure also uses different types of parentheses. Does it still count as Lisp then? Because an S expression does not define the type of parentheses, right? And if you use the curly brackets here, and it's no longer an S expression, is it? Closure uses EDN and not S expressions. So the Wikipedia page says that Lisp is a thing that represents programs as an S expression. And since closure is not using S expressions, it means that closure is not a Lisp, right? Is that right? So yeah, we just do the pre-release, that's all. Where is the actual documentation? Where's the documentation of the pre-release? It's not on this page. I guess we can just try, whatever. We just say pre-release true, we upload the file. But then we need to download the artifact. Kast Linux tar.gz. And then we need to create it, right? So let's create it too. Dist. Also dist, this is going to be just do you want Kast to have a lot of built-in features? I guess yes. The idea is to bloat the language. Yes. because it's supposed to be used for everything. Yes. But at the same time, some of the features, like when you say a lot, what does a lot mean? What's like some of the features that you see in other programming language are built into other programming languages, but the idea is to have a different set of like core built-in language features which you can compose into existing features that are usually built into other programming languages. Still using trips for lists, by the way. Yeah. What do I call this? Just Kast.js? Let's just not call it dist anymore. Do I... Oh, wait, does it matter if I upload all of the artifacts together, or do I need to have separate artifacts? What's better normally on GitHub? What's better? To upload all artifacts once, or to upload separately in GitHub Actions? Instead of the Python, everything is an object, because does unique everything is a trip? Yeah, well, not everything is a trip. Just all of the collections, I guess. Uploading separately is objectively better, future-proof and less painful. So we just do upload Kast.js, right? And then I want to do... No? File directory wildcard that Japan what to upload. That's a folder. You know what? I'm going back to dist. So we do download dist, and this is going to be dist slash cast linux, and then there's going to be dist cast js. Yeah, how about that? Okay, so how do you create an archive with the things? So how do I create a tar gz which has the binary bin cast and std folder and std standard library in lib std, I guess. Run this from the project root, but this means that we already have this path there, right? If your binary is built elsewhere, we need to create, then I need to copy it, and then yeah, okay, fine, we need to copy everything first. Sure, dir dist linux, I guess. And then we are going to copy build default source build default source cast bin main exe. That's the one, I guess. And we wait, why is it called main exe, by the way? Because name is main. Can I say name cast? No, name is main. Executable. But the public name is cast. Their archives can be updated. Should mean you can add files. I don't know. I usually, when I do this, I create a folder, then I archive the folder, and then... I don't know. That's what ChatGPT told me too, right? It did not add to the archive one thing from one place and one thing from another place, right? So I know that inside of the archive, I want these paths. Outside of the archive, we have like them over there. Main exe, this is dist linux bin main bin cast, right? Linux make and then I need to make dir bin. Let's do push the dist linux. And then we make directory lib, and then we copy, but now I'm in this folder. It's so annoying. Okay, I guess I don't push dist linux bin dist linux lib. So we copy std into dist linux lib std. And then we do tar dist. So I want into dist cast linux tar gz. In the folder dist linux, I tar the entire folder, right? And then we remove dist linux because I don't want this to be actually uploaded, right? Okay, so this is the JavaScript, this is Linux. Do I just try? Right? That's how you test your thing. Don't I need to give it the name of the release though? Any examples with the pre-release? No. draft. Name of the release defaults to tag name. Yeah, but there is no tag name. I'm just going to name it, right? Name is going to be pre-release. CI pipelines suck. I think it's just like very difficult to test the GitHub Actions locally. I mean, there could be something. That should let you test this stuff locally, right? Because like, well, I mean GitHub, because it runs on the virtual machines, not on like containers. Does it actually do the whole virtual machine, this thing, act? Or does it run it even like without... No, this is the Docker API. What if I try to test the Windows? I will not be able to, right? These are not exactly the same images that the GitHub uses. Yeah. Because GitHub doesn't use Docker, it uses the virtual machines. So that's what they could do here. They could create a virtual machine. And then I would be able to test Windows locally without having a Windows machine, because we have a virtual machine that could be set up automatically too. Okay, try create GitHub release. Sure, let's just try. Also, I do want, like, I think that it doesn't work on Windows. It the stuff should work on a Mac. I think on Windows there are things that are not going to work, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I'm using the Unix. I'm using the Unix as the dependency everywhere. OCaml Unix Windows. Does this module work on Windows? It says on Windows this return, or this always raises an exception, which means that this is supposed to work on Windows actually. It builds the entire thing in 5 minutes, by the way, which is longer than locally. Why is it that slow? I thought GitHub CI was pretty fast. I don't even see anything here, any progress right now. Maybe it's setting something up. What is it doing right now? It is going to finish though. It's just unbuffered output. Okay. So like here's my last build. It did take 5 minutes. Right? But this is just running Dune build. Running Dune build takes 5 minutes. There's no way. If I do Dune clean and then I do Dune build, it is relatively slow, but it is 11 seconds. Not 5 minutes. What command to get a camel dependencies though? Oh, maybe it is download. Like I have this resolve dependencies. I'm running Dune package lock. These are the dependencies. Maybe it's not downloading dependencies here. Oh wait, is it like maybe it is like building all of the dependencies or something. Right? Like what is this command line? cd build default home runner Kast util. No, this is building the actual like my code. You blame caching? But shouldn't it say then that it's doing some caching? Can I see the size of the cache in my GitHub Actions somewhere? Can I inspect my current caches? So there's the Dune cache, which is 300 megabytes. Is that the reason? Because it's 300 megabytes? That's a lot? It does have a cache. It is set up. And if it was not set up, shouldn't it say that it's downloading the dependencies then? So I'm using for building my OCaml. Oh, I guess the cache is set up manually. I copied this from somewhere. We have env dune cache root. We are caching the underscore build and the Dune cache, which is home cache Dune. In order to test this faster, I could try to create a release without building, right? But let's see if this works. GitHub release requires a tag. I don't want a tag though. Where's my thing? Over here. I can download the actual thing though. Let's try just using it. Project Kastlang. Unzip. Dist zip. So we have this Kast Linux tar.gz, right? So we do miter Kast Linux. So here's what we have. The standard library and this being Kast. Since I'm on the Nix OS, I need to do this through the Steam run. And this did not work. Why not? Wait, why is it trying to have the standard library from here? Oh, because I did not set up the environment variable. That makes sense, right? So I need to also, before building my thing, I need to set the environment variable cast std. Dune build over here. Can we do we have env cast std? It needs to be dot lib std. There we go. When we're using the GitHub cache action, what path are you providing? Well, this is it, right? The cache Dune and the build folder. Let's try again. I'm going to... Let's also try actually removing the cache. Maybe my cache is just too big. Why does it even have 300 megabytes? Or is it going to actually recompile everything from scratch now? And it's going to take 30 minutes instead of 5 minutes. Maybe. Caches. Do I just click the delete? Delete. Set cast std in CI. And then the this GitHub action to create the release. It says that the tag is necessary. Because, oh, you're supposed to create a tag when you're creating a release. Is that always so? Typically, usage of this section involves adding a step to a build that is gated pushes to git tags. I don't want that. Who complained even? GitHub releases requires a tag. There's an issue here. I keep getting this error that my git tag has not been set. This action requires a tag because GitHub releases do. This is not a bug. What if I do a draft release? Or should I just not be using a release? A single latest release that keeps getting updated. That's what I want, right? GitHub lets me do this. All right. I mean, I still do the tag. It's just going to like move the tag. Tags are usually immutable in Git, but we can actually change the tag, right? So usually you download the artifacts from the CI build itself. You think so? Because this button is kind of like relatively difficult to find. If there was an actual release, then like you would see it over here on the right. We just don't version it. We just say that this is like basically the like, I don't know, the dev release or whatever, without a version. Why not? Tag name, pre-release. Do you properly version cast? Of course not. No, I don't want. I want the current master branch, the current main branch, to just be released without creating a billion releases. Why don't I just do this? Then you cannot use. Why not? ChatGPT said that I can. Fine. Let's just see. Show me other people doing rolling releases. Don't trust it. Sure. No. Show me some repo on doing this thing. Oh wait, they have an update release specifically built to reuse and update an existing release, replace access, and keep the release up to date. There is this one. Actions that people use for this. Why is it still linking me the actions that people use, not to the people using these actions? A smarter way to make fresh build assets continuously available with GitHub Actions. This GitHub action allows you and anyone you choose to easily get access to the files created as part of your continuous integration. If you use GitHub to build digital assets such as zip files or executables, these actions make accessing your build products easy for everyone involved. GitHub has a very walled garden, hands-on philosophy about what a release should be. According to GitHub, as a release must be tagged by a human, release artifact must be built by a human, and then specific binary assets must be uploaded by a human by that release. This update release breaks those expectations. If it breaks it, is it like... am I going to be banned from GitHub if I use it then? If I do this? Why not just link to CI build? Artifacts eventually expire. Less human-friendly than the release page URL. Okay, but can you show me a project that has a rolling release? It still doesn't link it. It says it can, but it doesn't link it. Okay. Okay, but then show a project that just links to CI builds then. Just dump GPT, yeah. This is a wrap. This is a tool for doing what I'm asking it to find. It's not the project. You won't find a huge mention project using this pattern in the README because GitHub doesn't expose a stable permanent URL. This is the issue, right? Because there is no stable permanent URL for CI artifacts. What we could do is we could upload the CI artifact to the GitHub pages. Then it would also not expire and it would have a stable download link. Is that what we do? Let's do documentation. GitHub releases docs. Show me a single project that updates a release in CI with new builds. Please. Maybe if I say please, it will actually show me someone. I found a real public GitHub project that does this. Calver auto release. I feel like this is also a tool. Automatically create. This is not what I was looking for. Automatically create, like using calendar versioning on every commit. This is creating a new one. It's not updating. Alright, let's close ChatGPT. It's dumb. Fine, it's reading documentation time. That's how I do it by hand. Is there a documentation? Where's like everything about... Where is the documentation? How do I do this from CI? Like something official. Uploading GitHub release from CI. It gives me an action. Release have always been pain. Is there like no documentation about it? Like, do they not suggest some specific like action, for example, officially? Or is about release management, creating a release, editing a release, immutable. If you have enabled immutable releases, you can only edit the title and release notes after the release is published. Yeah, I want a mutable release. That's what I want. Managing releases, viewing, searching, linking, comparing, automatically generated release notes, automation for release, forms. Ask Copilot here how to create a rolling release. A stable semantic tag that you move forward to point to the most recent compatible commit. Consumers pin to that stable tag and automatically receive the latest non-breaking updates. Choose a stable tag strategy. Develop and publish releases. Update the stable tag to point to the latest commit. Automatic tag updates with release workflow. Considerations. GitHub. Okay, let's try from scratch. How about this? How do I make latest builds available to download builds of my GitHub repo available to download for people, you know? This makes every text commit publisher release. Alternative GitHub pages. So the GitHub pages actually, you can push builds to the branch and serve them directly. Then user can just download it. Okay, but with releases, I would create a billion releases. I want release on every commit, not necessarily tag. Can I do that with releases? Use a floating release. They call it floating. Make a single release called latest or nightly. True CI nightly release setup. Show me someone actually doing that. I'm just trying to ask it the same thing again. Alright, fine. This implements the workflow based on the popular release drafter action to automatically draft releases with release notes that are derived from PR descriptions. I guess we don't care about the PR descriptions though, because we don't have any PRs. What if I look at something like Zig? Can I download the nightly build here or something? Nigel did one PR. Well, I mean, yeah, there are just like a couple. Hold on. Or like Rust nightly. I mean, but Rust is just serving it from their own like server, and they just upload it to their own server, right? I'm trying to use the GitHub to have like this page, right? Because this page is something. GitHub update. GitHub rolling release. So over here, this project, for example, some random project is doing the daily build. So, and they actually create the no, they don't. So they actually they delete the old builds, right? So there is like 3 or like 4 latest just increment the version every tag, increment, like create a new tag for every commit. That would be weird though, right? You think I should just do GitHub pages then, right? I guess I could. I guess I could do that. I'm already doing this because I was doing this to serve the transpiled one for the playground. Can I like should I just get rid of the history though then? I mean, I can just upload the entire folder, I guess, right? But this action maybe can delete the history, because like when you clone the repository, you're going to clone that branch too, right? And we want it to not take infinite amount of space. Two. History. Single commit. This option can be toggled to true if you would prefer to have a single commit instead of maintaining the full history. Single commit. True. Type with. What is the type with? Should it be bool? Git clone depth 1. Yeah, but like no one is going to actually do that, right? And you don't want to do depth 1. You want to actually clone the history of the main branch. Right? No, they download the binary from URL, not from the Git branch. Well, someone is going to clone the Git repository though, is what I'm saying. Like I will myself do it, and then I will download the entire history of the like it shouldn't, like the Git repository should like not contain the binaries, but it does, because that's how we do the GitHub pages, right? Unless you can deploy to the GitHub pages without having a GitHub pages branch, can you, like, instead of uploading the artifacts, upload to the GitHub pages directly? No? Are you sure? GitHub pages without dedicated branch. Can I publish GitHub pages without creating dedicated pages branch? Yes, you can. Well, I mean, but then it's like, yeah. Well, I am building binaries that need to be put on GitHub pages in CI. You don't need, but you do need some branch folder to push these files into. Deploy. It's the nature how they work. I'm not sure if that's true, because like if you look at the actions here, there is the action that is, there is a dedicated workflow which is called pages build and deployment. So this is the thing that is working when you push to the GitHub pages branch. So what does the build do? Well, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. I mean, it's because the GitHub pages were originally built to serve like the Jekyll, like static, to use the Jekyll static website generator, I guess. But if you don't do this, maybe you can use this action directly. You know, whatever they are doing here. Actions deploy pages, maybe this. So you don't. This action is used to deploy actions artifacts to GitHub pages. This action deploys a page's site previously uploaded as an artifact. We recommend this action to be used in a dedicated job. Right? Isn't that what we do? And we don't even push to the GitHub Pages branch then, which is what was done previously. That's like a relatively new thing, maybe. 2 years ago. Does this deploy directly without Is this new? Historically, GitHub Pages required you to publish a branch, and pushes to that branch triggered a build. But now, with this, it is legit Git endorsed and meant to be the modern way to do pages with actions. GitHub Pages. Quick start. But in the settings, you still select a branch, right? Let me take a look at the settings. Where's the settings? Here. Pages. Oh, there you go. Yeah. This is a classic Pages experience, and now you can just do directly from the GitHub Actions. We don't need to deploy from a branch. This is old. GitHub Actions. User suggested workflow. Workflow. Din, 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 din. Yeah, see you next time. Thank you for being here. I've been streaming for 2 hours. I basically didn't do anything today. It's okay. It doesn't show me the link to this. Like, how would I get to the fact that I want to use this thing? Is there some documentation? Well, I mean, these are one of the official actions, so yeah. So we do permissions, pages, write, ID token write to verify deployment originated from an appropriate source. So we don't do pages. I mean, we do pages. That's the job. we do the build job, and then we call pages, which needs build, grant the permissions and stuff, steps, deployment, outputs, page URL. Sure, I guess it's just available. Deploy to GitHub pages. Wait, but where is it? What does it actually upload? What does it actually deploy? Well, the thing that it was previously uploaded as an artifact, but where is the artifact? Not provided for brevity. At a minimum, this job should upload artifacts using this. Oh, it says upload actions pages artifact. That is a specific artifact, right? Packaging and uploading an artifact that can be deployed to GitHub pages. That's what we do. Okay. Build some static files, and then builds outputs folder. So we just deploy this, and then we deploy them, right? There you go. And this is my step deployment. Yeah, this is my step deployment, so we can see the page URL here. Makes sense. So instead of using the normal upload artifact and download artifact, we don't do this, right? We just do that. And then we create, instead of this, let's just call this pages. And this is going to be pages. Let's call this pages deployment. Is a dash working there? Because this should be better, I guess. And then I can completely delete the GitHub pages branch, right? Okay. Use deploy pages to upload pages Kast.js. Wait, what is this play Kast? This is trying to do some thing. Kast.js bc.js. bc.js. That's what we want to see there. To upload to pages directly. Let's see if this works. Okay. I also cleaned my cache, right? I also cleaned my cache. So is this going to take even more than 5 minutes to build it from scratch now? Dependencies, oh, okay, dependencies are resolved in 6 seconds still. Which means that it didn't download anything. Let's just see if this log is going to be different. It basically, like, it should not take 5 minutes, right? It means that my cache is not set up correctly. Is there? Can I take a look maybe at OCaml? At some project that is doing the OCaml builds. Or I mean, this one is Dune or Pam, not Dune. So yeah. All right, I'll check that in a couple minutes. In the meantime, so we are going to basically have a stable URL to be able to download this, right? I can also have a custom domain for my pages here. This should be like, so for the main repository, I'm just uploading the builds here. I can say something like builds kastslang.org. Instead of doing this. I should have done that after I set up the DNS though, right? I think it should be fine. Probably just need to give it some time. And we will enforce HTTPS after this is checked. How's my action doing here? Still working. So yeah, the idea is that maybe we just do this in the README here directly, right? Or I can put the information on the website also, right? That would be here. Okay, this actually succeeded. Yeah, and it is still 5 minutes without a cache, which means that my cache is set up completely wrong, I guess. Why is my cache set up wrong though? So yeah, 5 minutes is the time that is required to build everything from scratch. I guess including all of the dependencies. Pages was also done successfully, right? So let's see, over here 404. So can I do just here? Oh, it already works. DNS check unsuccessful. No, maybe 5. I'm actually getting here, right? And then we do Kast Linux star GZ, right? So I can actually download. GitHub is already serving it properly. Replace this thing. Let's test this new thing that I downloaded. Remove bin and lib. Tar. So this is my release, and if I just do steam run bin cast, then we actually have hello world. So this works now properly, and the way I set up it, so the standard library is used as a relative path to the thing now. So if I go to home and then I go home projects, Kastlang, Kast Linux, bin cast, then it still works. Okay, nice, good. So I actually built this correctly. Now we just need to give it the link to this somewhere. It still thinks that my DNS is checked incorrectly, even although it's already serving my stuff, and then it's going to I don't know. We'll just click again later, I guess, when the DNS cache is going to be updated, and it's going to be served with properly, right? And then over on the website here, let's just do this, I guess. What do I go here? Config, I don't remember how we do this. We have playground, learn, blog, and GitHub over here. So I guess I just add the button here to install, right? Do you need to do something? Else? I forget how this works. Highlight language cast not found. Can I create my own highlighter, by the way? I'm using Zola here. Create a folder named install with an index. You think so? I thought it just processes every MD files. The folders are like for the sections maybe, but I don't know. Because there's I just want to have a single page there. If I do underscore index, no, it's not having that at all. I need to configure that this thing exists, maybe? Somehow. Let's see where I'm doing the learn, for example. This is just the link. And this is the... index there. It's supposed to build automatically. Let me just try maybe Zola. Oh, maybe I need to do Zola serve watch. No, isn't it supposed to watch automatically? Zola build. Now this actually did it. Maybe it's not picking up new files. I thought it should do it automatically though. Let me move this back. I think it should just be like that. Right, it creates... Wait, install... HTTP was not created actually. Unless maybe I don't see it. No. It only works with an index. I mean, sure, if I put the image there, then I would want it in a folder anyway, I guess, right? Inside content folder, warning in console. The warning says that highlight language cast not found because I have cast sources there, but I need to specify how to do the syntax highlighting for it. There was a other. Oh, this one page ignored, missing date or weight in a sorted selection. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yeah. Because this is the... Yeah, that makes sense. Because we have the content, it has this is the index page, and then it automatically is like creating all of the other things as like the sections. Like whatever. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Kind of. I think that logic is implemented in the template. Not in the template, in the theme. Alright, so now we do install here. Title install Kast. Sort by weight. Do I even need the sort by? If there is no like subsections, if this is a single page thing, and if I do this, then we're just going to see this stuff. Let's just move this back. Here. Okay. Install Kast. The logo is cool. It's a spherical unicorn, yeah. I want to do like the animated version of it, but there is a lot of things that I want. So here's what we want. We want the Nyx flakes, and then I guess we have the Linux builds. In this case, we just like download from builds kastlang org / Kast Linux rgz. I still don't have HTTPS here. How much time does it take for DNS to update? I guess I want to create the minimal flake. GitHub kastlang Kast. Output is Kast. Make shell packages is Kast packages system Kast. I guess that's how you do it if it's a flake. Let's test this real quick. Oh, I need packages still, right? So I still need Nyx packages. I guess we don't do GitHub release. We say like just setting up attribute Kast is missing. Excuse me. Oh, the package is called default. I should probably call these Kast though, for sure. Right? In addition to default. Okay, yeah, this should work. And drop us into the shell. With Kast. No such file or directory stdlib though. This is wrong. Did I not set it? Did I not set it? Flake Nix. Kast std is this. During the build phase. When will you create the Kast podcast? Just roasted some pork, very tasty. Nice. You cook your food yourself? I'm too lazy for that. I just do delivery. Why does this not work? I have this thing available. Let's take a look maybe at the log file that was created. So we have Kast. Revision is 9061. 9061 is my last commit. And it should work. Main override authors. That is the default package. Yeah. Wait, maybe I never tried this. Nix run dot. Maybe I... Nix build dot result lib std, like it's here, right? Okay, let's try to do this. Let's try nix run github cast lang cast. Which is supposed to be the same thing, like this works, right? This works, so how is this different? How is this different from what I have set here? Which cast? Needs develop. So cast is definitely coming from this thing, right? Just see what's around here. Lib. We do have the standard library. It feels like it was built differently for some reason, but why would it be built differently? Because this package is literally the thing that is supposed to be used when I just do a nix run, right? Or isn't this the same package? Not the same package. Weird. Nix Flake update cast. Well, I mean, it is already the latest commit. There's nothing to update there. I'm not understanding something. Can I do, what if I do nix shell, github, cast line cast? This is like the same as nix run though, right? If I do this and I do cast, oh wait, hold on, now it says no such file or directory actually. Wait, so you're saying that this and nix run is actually different? This and this is actually different? Why? Because I'm running... So over here, which is cast, is it's this one. But if I do once again, if I do nix develop command which cast, it's the same binary, right? Well, I mean, I guess nix run is doing something else. Nix run is running an app, not a package. Do I have apps here set up? No. I do not. I only have the default package and that's all. Okay, let's do nix shell dot cast. No, hold on. Cd source cast. Right. This does not work. Even though cast is that one. No, cast is this. Even although I did the nix shell, because it still did the run, I guess. How do I test this? Properly, like... I just in an empty terminal, we just do nix run home projects cast line cast. Right, so this works, but if I do a nix shell here, because that's the same, and I do cast, then it doesn't exist. Okay, so I don't need to use the one from the GitHub to test that. Okay, what's the issue? What's the difference? What's the difference? What is the difference? What's different between nix run flake and nix shell? I guess let's say app flake and then nix shell, app flake, app. This builds and runs the default app. It doesn't drop you into a shell, right? And that's right. Like shell drops you into this. Like link to docs how Nix run works. Nix run blender bin. Builds and runs installable, which must evaluate to an app or a regular Nix derivation. If installable, evaluates to an app. I guess that's the difference. Is it an app? An app. If the installable evaluates to a derivation, it will try to execute the bin name where out as the primary output store path of the derivation. Can I like have the verbose Nix run like verbose here? Like what is actually, can I do like super verbose vvv evaluating it doesn't show me like what exactly is it running, right? The meta name main program attribute of the derivation, the p name attribute of the derivation, the name part of the value of the name attribute of the derivation. For instance, name is set to hello 110. Next run will try to run hello. Okay, we need to like figure out what's an app, right? Apps. An app is specified by a flake output called app. But I don't have that, right? Flake output attributes. If no flake attributes are given, Nix run tries the following flake output attributes: apps and then packages. If an attribute name is given, then we will try apps, packages, and legacy packages. This is run the default packages system, right? So can I do maybe like Nix run this apps x86 64 Linux default. Flake does not provide the attribute apps, right? So I don't have the apps, but I do have packages, right? And this one works. There is something wrong, something very wrong. Is there a cast std environment variable present here? No, it's not. It's empty, right? Nix shell cast. No such file or directory. Why is that? Wait a second, it's trying to do home lib. Oh, because I am right now in the... Okay, hold on a second. Wait a second, it's because I am right now in the folder home kubeman, right? So it's going lib std, which is correct. So the environment variable is there. What it means is maybe like my OCaml code is not correct, because the way I'm figuring this out is Sys argv the binary path over here, right? So we have the cast, and this is available to us. But the binary path in this case, for some reason, is still home Kuviman. Is that right? Or is my... Oh, wait, hold on. My environment variable is still present here? No, it's not present. No, it's not present. Hold on. Okay, fine. Let's try to do the logging here. Right? Print cast std. Let's actually do this. Log from using cast std and var, which is equal to this, right? And in this case, and var compile time is going to be this. Bin path is this. So I want Yuri print path and bin path. Right, let's try this. Kast. Using cast std and var. Oh, binary path is cast? Wait, is there like... Oh, okay. That makes sense. It's because... Okay. It's because I'm giving it this. This thing just exists in the path, so OCaml doesn't give me the full path to the current executable, right? How do I get that? How to get full path to current executable in OCaml. OCaml doesn't give you the function that just does that. Sysargv0 gives the path that's used to invoke the problem. The catch, it might be relative, not absolute. And I mean, it's not that it's relative, it's a path that doesn't even exist. Is instead something in my path. Using sysexecutable name. Recent OCaml versions have sysexecutable name. It's usually more reliable, especially when run with OCaml run or bytecode executables. OCaml sys module. Executable name. The name of the file containing the executable. The name may be absolute or relative to the current directory, depending on the platform. The first element is the command line, is the command name used to invoke. So command name used to invoke the program is not necessarily the file containing the executable, right? Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Bin path is this executable name. And then we'll do trace. So this is supposed to fix it, right? So nix run, the difference is that it executes the app by giving the absolute path. So it worked because of that. It's taking this long to compile it. This works. And if I go to temp cast test nix develop dot, I mean that's like the same thing now. Now we have, no, we need to do, I guess I can just push this. Fix fix cast std if cast was in path, something like that. So we just do and I guess over here we can do new cast packages cast or default, it doesn't really matter. Nix flake update cast. Develop command cast. Okay. Here's our install instructions for Nix Flake. An example, Flake providing a dev shell with cast installed. Use Nix develop for Nix develop run without run directly Nix run GitHub cast I don't know, something like this should be good enough. People who use Nix should just be able to use it. So for Linux, we just download tar x z. What are the actual? I use tar x v zf. V is just verbose. F just gives us the file to the archive, right? X means extract. What does Z mean? Z means that There's no Z. Wait, there are. Z is just because it's GZ, right? That's it. So the actual command is tar xzf kast linux tar gz bin kast. I mean, that's all that I wanted, right? Really? Maybe Nix Flakes should not be the first thing, because there's not a lot of people who use Nix. Multiple top-level headings in the same document. Where's the other one? I mean, that's all. That's all that we do, right? The more detailed instructions maybe will be available later. We can try though the Windows builds or like Mac builds. I have no way to test them, but I can set up the GitHub actions that would build that for me, right? Yeah, I could try to do that. This should just work. The thing is though, so now we would need to have, yeah, we can have like matrix. Runs on. Do I not have the autocompletion here? Mac, we can do macOS latest. And then we can do just Windows latest. Let's try this. So runs on is matrix runs on. Platform name is just Linux here. Name Mac OS. Wait, isn't there like different binaries that you're supposed to build for Macs? Right? For ARM and not ARM? So I would not upload to the GitHub pages directly as an artifact, right? I would need to upload these 3 jobs separately. And then after that, I will have a separate job which takes all of the artifacts and build a single artifact, which is going to be uploaded to the GitHub pages. And then we deploy it. Right? So we have build pages and then deploy pages. Is different. Unless we can upload the artifacts in this same thing here. I mean, we probably can. I would guess. Why would that need to be a separate job? Or does it have to be a separate job? There was something about it, no? We recommend this action to be used in a dedicated job. Why do they recommend to do that? The artifact being deployed must be uploaded in a previous step, either in the same job or in a separate job that doesn't execute until the upload is completed. The job that executes deployment must have at minimum the following permission. Oh, it's because the job has the permission, so if I do it in a different job, then yeah, that makes sense. Because we don't want to give permission to the actual build stuff. But if we just upload and deploy, I think that's totally fine. Oh, we have environment GitHub pages. I see, that's why. Because because the environment is of the job. Fine, let's do build pages. Needs build, and then deploy pages needs build pages then. So this does not need any permissions, nothing. Oh wait, no. This is evaluated at the end, right? We take this deployment. This does not even need ID. That's because I had this warning, right? The environment is being selected at the end. Between this step, which means that we can just call it deployment, and then we can do it from upload the artifacts here. This one does not need an ID, I think. And so now we just need to, yeah. So this just needs build. And then we upload the artifacts here. GitHub upload artifact. Okay. So we upload artifact. V4. Path is not the pages. Now this is just going to be called artifacts then. So I just do artifacts, right? And name here is going to be artifacts Linux. No, not Linux. Not Linux. Artifacts matrix platform name. So over here, I am doing Linux, but I'm not going to... So in this case, the artifacts, they don't need to be like... I'm going to create the actual archive in a different place. Then, like over here, right? Download artifact, then actions, download artifact. If unspecified, all artifacts for the run are downloaded. You would just download all of the artifacts here. And then we have another step, which is going to actually like do the Linux and stuff. So we're going to make their pages, make their pages Linux bin, and pages Linux lib. And I don't know. No, let's create the archive there. It's fine. Right? We just download the artifacts and we deploy the artifacts. All of them. Boom, 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 boom. So this depends on my thing, right? Can I say name? Can I say run? This is JavaScript artifact. This is Linux artifact. So this one I want to be done only if, or is it run if? Oh, there's an if. Wait, I removed the fact that this only works on the main branch, by the way. I want this on my deploy pages. I don't want to deploy from every branch. But over here it's going to be matrix platform name is equal to Linux. Right? Then I do that. And then for other platforms I'm going to do something else. Because we don't do a tar.gz for the Windows, right? Windows, we do a zip instead. What do people do on a Mac? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see if it builds first. Try building, try Windows and Mac builds. There's also the fact that my Dune cache is not correct, right? Okay. Dune build Dune project GitHub actions. How to build Dune project and GitHub actions. Where did I even get this from? I have this. But my cache seems to not be used. My caches aren't being hit because the subtle problems with keys and paths. GitHub cache action caches only if the key exactly matches a previous run. The problem, you're setting Dune cache root in a previous step, but invariant variables don't persist automatically in the same step. Chain for caching key. The GitHub env addition only works in later steps, but caching runs before the build step. Wait, what? Oh, so like this is being like, if we have multiple steps, the cache is the action that actually runs before this, and this is where I'm setting up where my cache actually lives, right? They're putting it into the GitHub env. I don't remember, like, how did I set this up? I thought I copied it from somewhere. GitHub env addition only works in later steps, but caching runs before the build step. Just inline the path directly. Can you link someone with a working CI and cache? I don't trust it anymore. OCaml's Dune itself. Let's see how the OCaml's Dune itself is doing stuff. Workflows. Workflow. CI. Nix build. I should try the Nix build. Can I do the Nix build but with cache? How long do they run for? They run for 11 minutes. Oh, there's a cache nicks action, actually. You can cache nicks. Interesting. But there is only the cache. Oh, the PAM cache. Actions cache save, actions cache load. We disable the Dune cache. Any docs for recommended Dune CI setup? Hello, Elemental Magics. How are you doing? Oh, the NS check is successful. Nice. So this actually failed, right? So we have 3 jobs. The Windows one failed. Dune Nightly does not currently support MinGW. Wait, I cannot even install the Dune on Windows. At least not through this script. Okay. I think we are going to ignore Windows. Mac, I can try though. Matrix. Fail fast. True. No. Oh, it's like, yeah, strategy. Over here, fail fast. Fail fast, false. I want it to try building all of the things here. I guess then I can just not do an F here anymore, and this is just going to be matrix platform name. Platform is matrix platform name. We're just going to do the same for the Mac and Linux, tar.gz, whatever. Disable Windows builds. Oh, I did not set up the cache still, alright. Did I close my GPT? What did it tell me? Tips on caching behavior. The OCaml. Wait, hold on. The OCaml setup OCaml action supports Dune caching natively via the Dune cache input, which means that you don't have to roll your own action to do cache myself. OCaml set OCaml. Dune cache default is false, but we can enable it. Enable the Dune cache feature. Okay. So we, well, I mean, actually, then we probably, like, if this is the setup OCaml thing, then I can probably try. I mean, this is going to install it on Windows too, then properly, probably. Right? Instead of having a custom installation, I install instead of Dune here. I Dune package lock though, whatever that means. And this caching also. All of this can be replaced with just setup OCaml. OCaml version 5. Dune cache. True. OCaml compiler. Required, yes. Type string. The OCaml compiler packages to initialize. Supported version syntax. 5. OCaml C version. I use 5.4. Let's say 5.4 here. And set up the Dune cache. I guess that simplifies things. And then we can try building the windows again, right? Bin name is Kast if platform is equal to Windows, then bin name is cast exe. Yeah, I guess. Platform targz. Just probably just want to change this to a zip archive is the only thing. If it works on Windows. Okay. Mac. Ubuntu. Wait a second, this time on Ubuntu, this built the entire thing in just 8 seconds. This time it actually took 8 seconds. Okay, anyway, this is going to be better, I think. If this is correct bash, is this correct bash? You do ec or you do equals? Bash if string equal. You do a double equal? I guess I remember something different. Use setup OCaml action. And over here we're just going to say Linux, Mac, Windows. Sigwin. All right. While this is working, let's try something else. I wanted always to have, if we go to the REPL right now, then I cannot say like print hello world, because print is not found here in this scope, because we're not importing the prelude automatically. I kind of want to import the prelude automatically. Can I? This is the compiler bootstrap. We import this interpreter with std. Scope. Inject binding std. Init compile 4. Wait, hold on. Don't I just say compile 4 here? I just need to set up the interpreter first. Locals. I'm pretty sure that I can just do this by saying init import cache and compile 4 its interpreter with std. Oh, so the span is the only thing here, I guess, because this is the interpreter. Where is this thing coming from? So that I can go to std, basically. Is the only thing. It's actually deletes the duplication of the code. Oh, and then the custom syntax impulse must be imported from the bootstrap also. Yeah, that's all. This can be deleted. Okay, so now I will write this logic once here when we no, not here. This, when we have interpreter with std is this. I just need to evaluate use std prelude start here, right? Yeah. Interpreter core, use dot star. Can I just say used? Can I just say and use use dot star? Let's just have this, which is going to be having state value unit, right? That's what I want. Function state used into this. We're just going to return. I don't think we need to return the error in case of the error here. But I do want to have the span here, maybe. Span. So I just say use dot star span used span state used, and then I just return the unit value. Oh, I need the binding list here because I get this thing. Binding name is a symbol, but because I don't have a symbol there or something in the tuple itself. Do I need some information from compile time here? Actually wondering if I do, because this, can I just say tuple iterate member and field value tuple field. So in this thing we have place type field. Type field is label. Oh, label is optional. Yes, but we do have a label, and labels just have names which are strings. Yeah, I don't have symbols here, which is weird. Wait, but do I need to add local existing place? Oh, it's because I'm finding an existing place. I see. Yeah. Because I'm not getting the thing. Wait, but does it have to be the same symbol, really? Kind of not necessarily. Maybe? Let's try to do it like that. State. So we need to add this thing. State scope, add local existing place. So binding name, this is a symbol. Right, so I'm just going to say that symbol is symbol create using field. Okay, I guess we are going to match the member here. With some name, with name, then symbol is create name, and then we do that. If it is index, then we don't do anything, I guess. The SR test does not work, Robert. It does not work. No one implemented that. Ever. Okay, let's see if this works though. Use std prelude star, and then we say like print hello. Expected function. Print. Print is a print. Oh wait, what? Field place. That doesn't work. What's the difference? Oh, the difference is that the symbol is different, right? Yeah. I understand now why we need the symbol. But can I just have for the value tuple field? Or like even for the type tuple field? We have labels. Can I just have this symbol here? Symbol option. Let's just try doing that. Parameters undefined. Symbol. What is this? Pattern match. Symbol is sound binding symbol. Binding names are the symbols. Hello from Moscow. Здорово. Пришлецов. How is it in Moscow? Label. What is this? Evaluate tuple. Symbol. I do not have the symbol here though. Label. I get the label from the field because this is a tuple expression. Right. The symbol is going to be none in this case. Right? I don't create these symbols, only the labels here, which makes sense. I mean, yeah, there is no symbol corresponding to this thing. Val type, label, symbol, none. No, this is a module. So in this case, the module actually has some binding name. Okay, that makes sense. Complex ASD label symbol is none. Can you tell us about the language you're creating? It's a programming language which is high level, which is low level, which is all the different levels. It is a compiled language. You have the compiler here, but it is also an interpreted language, and it is supposed to be all the kind of languages. It is the language. I don't know. What exactly are you interested in? One of the features that is not present in the mainstream programming languages is going to be the effect system. It's currently not implemented, but I had like a working prototype of some sort at some point, but then there is rewrites happening. So effect system is supposed to be the big thing. It's supposed to have like borrow checker similar to Rust. It has extensible syntax. What are you proud in your language that makes you stand out? Well, I guess one of the things that like is actually working right now, right? I'm going to be proud of the things that I implement, that I have in mind, that I have not implemented yet. But if we take the current implementation into consideration, extensible syntax is kind of nice. Not a lot of languages allow for that. And a lot of the and standard syntax is just a library basically, which is supposed to be optional, and you can like so the idea is that you are going to be able to easily embed DSLs in your language, and you will have automatic support for like all of the language, all of the tooling features like the LSP, formatter, stuff like that. For example, if you embed an SQL expression in your language, because you do that when you're writing your programs, you can have your SQL properly syntax highlighted and inspected and all of those things, you know, instead of it just being a string. You're actually developing a DSL right now, even writing a scientific article about it. Nice. What kind of a DSL? What for? This over here, symbol create. That's what I wanted. That symbol is or I'm going to match field type field symbol with some symbol. Then we do that. Right? None. I think in this case we should report an error. Span no symbol for used value field. Tuple member print external DSL for template code generation. Yeah, so you are creating a DSL that is going to do code generation. So the way I have my custom syntax done is that it is backed by macros. So basically the custom syntax is being parsed into something similar to a Lisp, right? And then we, like similarly to a Lisp, have the macro system, which is going to expand to something else, whatever you want. So I have a macro system is what this means, and that is how we do code generation. So we don't need a DSL for that. It's just something that is existing in the language. And a macro is basically just a function that returns code. In a case of the custom syntax, the function is going to be invoked automatically with like the inner nodes of your parsed syntax as your arguments. But it doesn't have to be like that. It can take any arguments and return anything. And this means that we will also be able to do code generation based on like type inspection at compile time, for example. which is something that like people of the Rust users of the Rust programming language want sometimes. There is actually a new thing that I learned. They're adding to the Rust compile time reflection. There is something that they are adding to the standard library. I saw that like just yesterday or something. But yeah. Like in Rust, you can generate code by creating a derive macro, but the derive macros in Rust, they operate on just like just on the text basically, not exactly like based. You're given the token, so you cannot like analyze what the code that is given to the argument means properly. You can only see what it looks like. But I'm going to give you more information, which is going to be more similar to Zig's comp time. Which is already working, by the way. I'm just not exposing the type information yet. I have not created the API to inspect the types yet, but it's easily doable. So yeah, the macro system is basically Zig's comp time, which returns in AST. I was doing something. I was trying to see if what I did still works. Use std prelude star print 1 2 3. It did not work. Wait, why not? Use dot star. It's in the core syntax. This over here, there is bindings. Inject binding. Compiler only false binding. And bindings are... Oh, because I'm creating the new name here, right? So over here, I also don't need to create this anymore, because I do have the existing field. We do have a type tuple used. This must have a field. So name is going to actually be, I guess, match field symbol. Some symbol, none, then we create. That's why it still is different here. Zig is too cool for this plant. I'm really looking forward for the stable version. So Zig is cool, but it is a simple language. So they are deliberately trying to make the language really small and not implement a lot of features. I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to create the most bloated language ever with all of the features that I ever need, so that you know, we can do anything. Because I think that it should be easy to write language, not easy to implement language. That is not the priority. And the priority is not to make the language that is easy to learn, but the language that is easy to use, which means introducing the complexity in the language instead of having the complexity in the program that I write. For me, the main thing is that specific small things can only be done in one way. Like in Zig, and that's like what you like. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I'm not sure if that's my goal. How's my progress going today? Well, I mean, I have made sure that you can you can try the language by downloading the build and using Nix. And I was also trying to see, and it looks like everything failed. If I can build the versions for Macs and Windows. But it seems like everything failed. Oh, because... Okay. Wait, what? It did set ApoCamel for 4 minutes. Really? Oh, wait. No, this actually makes sense why my CI was always running for 5 minutes. Because the first thing that we do is set in ApoCamel. Okay, so set ApoCamel does not install Dune, but I do have the Dune cache. How do I install Dune? Just do so I need to do opam install Dune. Then you said you want to do the opposite and implement most of the locations directly in the language. Shouldn't we be overloaded, and then shouldn't it be possible to do the same thing in a bunch of different ways, reducing readability? Well, I'm not sure if I'm like agreeing with that. There, like, the different ways of doing things sometimes is a good thing for readability specifically, because like I don't know, let's say that you want to create a loop, right? Let's say that you want to create a loop. So one thing, like let's say that you want to print 10 print numbers from 1 to 10, right? So one thing that you can do is you can say for I in 0 to 10, and then you print I, right? Something like this. This is what it looks like in my language right now, right? So that's one way. The other way would be that you do it in the way of the functional programming languages, where you say that you have the loop function, right? Starting with like I don't know. Or I mean at the very least, even this is already written even in your imperative language, because before we go to the functional way, you say like I is 0, and then you say while I is less than 0, do print I and I plus equal 1, right? This is already two different ways of doing the same thing. Do you think that we should only have the while loop? And then while loop is also a syntax sugar, because we can write the same code by saying just loop, and loop is just this. This is the only actual like core syntax. Everything else is syntax sugar. So this is the core syntax, which is just going to be saying I is equal to I plus 1. So I plus equal 1 is another thing that is like another way to write the same stuff, right? And then we say if I is less than 10, then we are actually going to print and do this, and otherwise we break from the loop. And break is also a syntax sugar, technically in my language. You think everyone needs syntax sugar? The question is how much abstraction. How much? I mean, isn't syntax sugar abstraction? So are you saying? I don't know. So at some point up to a certain point you like having abstraction, but then after the certain point you don't like having abstraction anymore. How do you decide where? It depends is the answer, I think, right? And so, like, why should the language decide that? Is, I guess, my point. The language should allow you to do any amount of abstraction. Now, if we are talking about performance, and because we are trying to make a language that is running fast, there's also like abstractions are usually bad in a lot of languages because they're not zero cost. But if you do zero cost abstractions, then why not? I'm lost. Use the prelude star. Print. Oh, there we go. Now this works. So I fixed it, I think. Let's just try. Let's just try. Kast. I think I also want over here export Kast std to be equal to current working directory std. I'm talking about the level of abstraction of syntactic sugar, like how much boilerplate do you need to write without the word break. In Kast, do you have to write a lot of boilerplate code? Well, no. The idea is that you should be able, like, if you are finding yourself in a situation where you're writing a lot of boilerplate code for some reason, then there must be a solution for that. It should be solved, like if there is no like other language construct, then you can always fall back to code generation, right? But code generation should generally be the last resort. You should try to instead do something like do something with the type system, right? So, for example, you want to have a function that adds to integers, and you want to have a function that adds to floating point numbers. Should you write two functions? That's boilerplate. You can generate those using the template, right? So you're still going to have two functions, but you kind of write it only once. That's the code generation way. And then the third way is creating a generic function. Which, kind of only needs to be compiled once. But then later in the backend, it might still turn into two functions or not, depending on the backend. I just wanted to test the advent of code here. Projects, advent of code, test. Okay. Just so that I didn't break anything. A couple of days of advent of code are working here. Okay, this is good enough for me. Not going to wait for the full thing. Забавно, забавно. Получилось. It's usually better not to dox people and stuff. I mean, my information where I live, I guess, is publicly available, so whatever. I want to commit this. Ensure full path to std in dev shell. Use dot star without needing compile time info, kind of. Okay, and then we go to Kast compiler. Yeah, this over here. So I want to have the interpreter with std, right? I create this. I have the std. The std is this. Okay, I want to get std prelude here and then use it, right? So interpreter with std, interpreter use dot star span is what? Bootstrap span. Okay, but I don't use the std star, I use std prelude star, right? So we say std function get like this. So I get the prelude field and then I just use it. So this is prelude. Let prelude be this. Okay, let's try Kast. So now inside of the REPL, I should just be do print hello, right? Nice. Okay. This also means that I don't need to do this in any of my examples. Here, my hello world. I can remove this thing now. Okay, and if I reload my Kast language server, then this also works. Okay, nice. How hard is it to get into compilers? I think it's pretty easy. Although at the same time, I think maybe I'm going the easy route. I know nothing about compilers. I never read a book about making a compiler. Although I don't really have like a compiler which compiles to native code yet. I'm starting with interpreter. Now I have the JavaScript transpiler. Later I'm going to have the transpiler into C probably. And then, like, at some point in the very far future, I will have an LLVM backend for the maximum performance. So, yeah. But, Just start with an interpreter and a simple language. That's should be easy. If you want, you can read. There's a lot of information about making the things. Like I said, I never read anything, but there is a lot of stuff about how, right, to do things. The most famous one that I know of is the crafting interpreters. And this thing is showing you. I mean, actually, it's like, according to this map, at least, I did not read this myself, right? But here's like the general map, right? You have the source code. You like you do the lexing to get the tokens. You do the parsing to get the syntax tree, and then we have the tree walk interpreter, I guess. That's like the simplest way. I am doing some analysis though. I'm doing type inference. So I'm doing interpretation on the intermediate representation, which is very high level though, which is almost AST, but not like that exactly. But yeah, I'm having a tree walker interpreter on the intermediate representation right now, I guess. I don't do the bytecode, which I could if I wanted more performance out of my interpreter. And then we have the transpilation to the JavaScript. The McFly coding language is being developed with Python. McFly is interpreted. I was thinking to take this. Then go on my own. Take a course. $100. I cannot afford that. I cannot even afford a Linux license. So yeah, I would personally not go for it, but if you can and you are willing to do the courses, I don't know. I feel like, in my opinion, self-education is always better. Like, if you're interested in it, why do you need someone else to tell you what to do? Just like figure it out. It's not that difficult. There is a lot of free information. Auto use prelude. Okay. We still can do Kast no STD though, if I really wanted to. Wait, is Kast no STD not working? Hold on a second. REPL? Oh, I need to do like, I need to REPL no STD, that's right. Yeah. And then we don't have STD at all. Or print. Okay, so we have this thing. I need to set up Dune. Set up OCaml. Dune. Example workflow. Consult the Hello World OCaml action that uses Dune and OPAM to build a simple library. Let's consult this. Set up OCaml. It's just assuming that I have the OPAM project, but I have a Dune project. Let's just try OPAM install Dune there. Some people take classes because they do not know the path to study. Learning how to learn is very important. The second you outsource that someone, you are done for. Well, I guess, yeah, learning how to learn is an important thing. To learn. I would say. But I wouldn't say that you are done for. There is a lot of people who cannot learn on their own, and they're still successful in life, right? Maybe you don't like learning. Not everyone likes learning. Okay, I'm gonna look so elegant. It kind of is. But I also hate it. I hate everything. That's why I'm making my own programming language. There's issues. My biggest issue with a camel, I guess, is how difficult it is to do spaghetti code. I guess that's the thing, right? I'm making a prototype right now of my programming language. I'm going to rewrite it. So my language is very highly recursive in nature. We have a compiler and we have interpreter, and interpretation can happen at compile time, and we have types, and we have values, and types can be treated as values, and like all of that everything is like very recursive, you know. Yeah. And when you have recursion, and when everything calls into everything, you know, you get spaghetti, and the only way to do that like easily in a camel is to write it in one file. Splitting your spaghetti into multiple files for easier management requires untangling the spaghetti, which is not always easy. Yeah. And you cannot like even just declaring, like even in one file, you sometimes cannot do that because of like the way the things are. If you can like properly split your project into like like into like dependencies which are not circular, then you're good. Then you can write elegant code, I guess. Other than that, there is like some syntax sugar missing in a camel. Some of the things are too verbose. To my liking. Like, for example, look at this logging, right? I say log trace, and then I create a function that actually that gives me a function as an argument, which I call later. Why are we doing this? Because we don't want to actually have performance overhead of logging if I don't need the trace level of logs. But in a language with macros like Rust, I would just say log trace, and then like all of this. You know, as an example. Also, the fact that you don't have traits type classes means that you need to explicitly annotate them all the time. So in a language like Rust, once again, I would just write print exception. But in OCaml, I need to specify how do I print the exception, even although I always print my exceptions in the same way, or like, I mean, if I always print something in the same way, then I still need to repeat myself all the time, right? So instead of having this code, I'm having this code, which is more than twice as long. As a simple example. of too much verbosity. But it is a simple language. And if you like simplicity, then it's elegantly simple, I guess. Wait, package Dune is already installed. Dune command not found. Hello? Am I stupid? Hold on. Am I stupid? Dune is already installed. Hello World Action Camel. They have Opam in path. How do I get to the Dune? Oh, you do Opam exact Dune? Can I get it to the path directly? When Dune is installed with Opam, can I invoke it with just Dune instead of Opam exec Dune? Is this in Opam switch specific bin directory? Opam usually adds this directory to your path automatically when you initialize your shell. Eval Opam env, or add Opam bin to your shell config. Maybe I can configure this workflow. Path. Set up OCaml and Opam environment and add to path. Okay. Am I not added to path? Dune path. Dune command not found. Fixed by adding home piv. Just do the following. What? Just do Opam exec Dune. I don't want to Opam exec Dune all the time. Well, I mean, I can't. I guess I can. I guess I can. You know, I guess I can. Instead of Dune, we say Opam exec Dune. Not a big deal. Sure. Okay, I think this is going to run for a while. Okay, next thing, while this is running, if I go to the REPL right now, and if I say 1, 2, 3, we're going to see underscore in the terminal. And I need to fix that. Because it's not inferred as an int by default. I am in the REPL though specifically, because if we say 1 2 3 cast eval is also doing that, I guess. X v123 dbg int x. Yeah. Well, I guess it's because I don't need it inferred. So like we do have the default to an int32, but the default is only enforced when we actually need to know the type of when we don't need to know the type, when we need to like know like something, the value here. Which I am doing, for example, if I say x plus x, I suppose. So in order to add the things, I need to know what they are. And then we do that. But in the REPL, it's a little annoying, right? When I in the REPL see 1 2 3 and it doesn't give me back 1 2 3, it's a little weird. So I think what we do is interpreter CLI. I think it's literally about the REPL, because before I'm printing the value to the thing, I'm just going to say why am I not printing the type here, by the way? Can I just print the type? But before printing here, I literally just say setup default Wait, where am I doing this? Oh, inferred or default. I guess, is what we do. Oh, it's because when I'm doing await update here. Yeah, I guess, because we cannot infer. Okay. Value, no, we just say value var, I think, inference over here. Value var set up the poll if needed. It's not like this works, but now what is not going to work if I say 1 and 2, right? Because I only set up the default on the top level thing, which means that it should be done while printing, or it should be done like recursively, or something here. Yeah. Okay, it seems like Linux is built successfully. Windows failed because wait, what? Required for loading the OCaml compiler for context default? Wait, it could not invoke the OCaml compiler? What happens here? Okay, I guess we're going to disable Windows though. How long have I been coding? In general? For a long time. Like 25 years, something like that. Yeah, I think I want to set up the defaults everywhere, right? If we can. Okay, so we just say value setup, like I want just to call this setup defaults recursively here wherever I can, right? Yeah. Value fine, let's do Kast interpreter. Set up defaults. Thank you for the prime subs. Set up default. Set up defaults. Set up value. I'm not sure what I should call it, but basically, so like, well, what we allow right now is we allow evaluation with something that is not inferred. We allow the types to not be inferred, right? At some point, though, we must enforce that the type are inferred. Right, so in this case I want to, like, in this case I don't even want to enforce it, but I want to try to enforce it, but do nothing if it fails, if I cannot enforce it. when I'm printing it in the REPL, I guess, right? In general, though, we should enforce that all of the types are enforced when we are finishing compiling the single compilation unit. Right? Which would mean basically going recursively over the intermediate representation and like making sure that everything is inferred, right? So what do I call this process? It should probably not be called setups. It's not inference, although it's a process that can advance inference, because setting the default is the thing, you know? What should I call it? Max are also failed to build. Why? What's the error? Program TSC not found in the tree or in path. But why is it found on the Linux? Oh, wait, is it installed in the... Am I not installing it, actually? No, I do set up node. But setting up node does not mean installing the TypeScript compiler, I guess. And the TypeScript compiler is available by default on the Ubuntu runner on GitHub, right? Yeah. What I can do is I can install the TypeScript as my dev dependency here, right? But that would be a little different. How to ensure TSC is available on GitHub Actions. If TypeScript is already a dev dependency, you can skip the global install and just do npx tsc. I don't want to do npx because it finds it in the node modules. I kind of don't want that. How do you usually install when you are writing TypeScript? Do you install it in your dev dependencies? Or not? I have it installed locally by using the Nix, but if I do it with dev dependency, it's not in path. But I guess I can add node modules bin to path, maybe. Whatever. I'm going to not think about it too much. Let's just do setup node, and then we do run npm ci, run npm install global TypeScript. And we're also going npm install TypeScript in CI. We're also going to disable Windows because I don't know what's wrong with it. Disable Windows in CI. So maybe we can at least get the Mac build. All right, back to this thing. How should this be called? What should I call the process when after finishing compiling a file, ensure that everything is that all the types are inferred, and if not, set up set them to defaults if applicable. Finalization, I don't know. Type finalization, finalizing the type information, inference completion, normalization. I don't think that's what it's called. What's it usually called? In most compiler pipelines, the step doesn't have the standalone name. It's part of the type checking and type inference. Some academic functional compilers, Haskell ML, call the part where unspecified types are finalized the completion phase. So type inference completion. Sure, let's call it that. Why not? Why not? Kast inference completion. Complete value. There we go. That's what we're going to do. So I'm going to actually make the new folder called completion. Kast inference completion. What is the situation to use this emote? I just use it to say hello sometimes. Like, you know, you come to another person with a top hat and you say greetings, something like that, right? I think this must be dependent on the interpreter, or should it not? Well, maybe interpreter core, because it needs substantive bindings. No, actually not. Kast types, though, is the bloated thing that I need. Okay, Kast inference completion. Okay, we do something like this. We're going to have module impl, because we will need to do this in the presence of the recurse cache, because our values can be recursive, right? So we say what? Let rec complete value. So completing is just having a value of type value, right? So we are going to see value var. The value itself must be known, right? Complete var. So I need to complete var using complete value shape. So we have we have inference, not for a lot of things. So complete var has the var, which is var of a and scope. So this has type a and type scope. Wait, that's kind of var expect one argument. I mean, yeah, just a then. It's a var. And we need to tell it how to complete the a, right? So complete value, complete inferred is a unit. That's all that we do. So we say var open cast inference base inference is cast inference base inference var setup default if needed. That's all that I want. But now but then we go var oh wait, we do something like inference var inferred or default. That's what we want, right? So I'm going to match this with none. Then this is not inferred. We either throw an error or we do nothing. For what I want to do right now, I don't do anything. And if it is inferred, then we complete inferred. That's all. So we complete var using complete value shape, and complete value shape value shape is value shape is match value match shape. Okay, here's a bunch of values that we have. If we have for a lot of these, it doesn't matter. For the primitive types, it doesn't matter. Let me just assert the types here. If for some reason I later change it to a different type with more information. Okay, over here we have a reference. Reference mut. So this thing has a place. So this should be complete place. Tuple. They still failed. Oh, deploy now broke. Why did deploy break? Artifacts, no such file or directory. Didn't I download artifacts? I did download artifacts. Oh, because we have separate artifacts Linux and artifacts Mac OS. Alright. I want to like merge those artifacts basically into a single thing. Okay, we're almost there though, in terms of CI. Deploy pages. Okay. Do I just like combine them? we make directory artifacts, and then we copy artifacts, Linux, everything from there we copy to artifacts, and we copy everything from artifacts Mac OS to artifacts, right? Merge artifacts. Let's try that. Okay, the inference completion is going to be pretty big, actually. Because we're going to do everything again. I wonder if all of this, though, this should be like abstractable, because we're just kind of just walking the thing. I'm just going to write it out. Type complete type tuple type complete tuple using complete value tuple field. And now let's maybe start with the other ones first. Complete place. I mean, I can at least make sure that we have the types here. Complete type tuple type tuple complete tuple type A complete field is A into unit, tuple is tuple arrays. Okay. Complete value tuple field. A variant. Option data complete value. Okay, complete option complete value a unit option match option with some value, then complete value. So we say implement inference completion. Complete type. Function type definition. No, it's not definition. Function. Complete type function type. Complete untyped function. Complete type function. Complete untyped function. Maybe I shouldn't have started this today though, because I mean this is straightforward. It's just we need to complete everything that is there in the language. We're going to complete values, types, expressions, patterns, like all of the things. It's kind of straightforward. Maybe I want to go rest instead. I just finish the install instructions. So if this is going to work properly, right? If this is going to work properly, then we have Windows. Windows don't have the download. Not like to do. Just say to do here, right? Like this, we just say that this is how we do it. Why was it running for this long? Didn't I have it succeeded before? So build project still did everything from scratch. But if this works, then we just commit that stuff and that's all, right? Maybe we should add a note here. Note. This is very alpha or something if you want to try. Also, there is online playground. You can try Kast in browser. Does that still work, by the way? Let's see here. Unless I broke it. Is it broken? Oh, error dynamically imported module. What's the error though? Oh, it cannot be loaded. Kast.js bcjs builds. Wait, and now I cannot actually see what's there because we don't have a branch, because we deploy directly to the GitHub pages. Oh, wait a second. It works. Oh, it did not have HTTPS, maybe? HTTPS doesn't work there. Because we have the settings, and we want to... The TLS certificate is being provisioned here. And it still is not provisioned, I guess. No? Now I can enforce it? No, it's loaded. Okay. But over here it's not loaded. Mixed block. Proxy status. Response header. What's the error? Cross origin request blocked. That's the error, right? Wait, but why is cross origin blocked? Because it was working before I set up... Oh, wait, it's because we have Kastlang GitHub.io. Oh, okay, hold on. Because this is now doing... the... redirect, right? Because we're pointing it to this Kastlang GitHub.io, not to the correct thing. Let's fix that, I guess. 2 merging artifacts. This actually worked though, right? So we can let's just ensure that these instructions work for Linux. Once again, I'm going to download that. I cannot really test the Mac. Can I run a Mac application on Linux somehow? Like something similar to Wine? Macro ARM64 executable. Well, I'm going to assume that it just works. So we are going to push this, and then I'm going to fix the playground. the playground. This one, instead of this domain, we just now have builds, castling, org, cast.js. Yes. You use update Kast.js 0. It's just going to work. Yeah, this is just a pure boilerplate here. The only important part here is that when we hit a variable, then we're going to say inferred or default, which is going to set up the default if this thing is not inferred right now. That's the only thing. And then we're doing it recursively, and we need to make sure that we don't go recursion. So actually this over here must actually also check the recurse ID. Check recurse ID, so that we don't go infinite. Play castling org. Let's see. Did this get fixed? Alright, seems like it is fixed. And we have this stuff. Run. It's very slow though, my online playground. A lot slower than it used to be. But it does work. Alright. That's it. That's good progress. Inference completion, I might do that off stream because that's just pure boilerplate.
So that would be not okay on your first one.
Alright. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.